Hello, hello, hello. Can everyone hear me? Greetings and welcome. We are gonna be working on some miniatures today. Welcome to the first stream, by the way. Like, this is like the first stream. I don't know if this is gonna be the only stream, but we'll find out. We'll figure out things or how things are gonna be working out for everyone. So, welcome aboard. I hope you're having a wonderful day, whichever time of day it might be for you. Today, for me, it's in the late evening. I've had dinner. I'm feeling fresh. I'm feeling good. So, we're going to be working on the Lizardmen Blood Bowl team, as you have seen. So, let's get started, shall we? I hope everything is going good. I hope everyone can hear the audio. I hope the music isn't too loud. I hope all is great in your little corner of the world. I hope that this is going to be a chill, relaxed stream. The plan is to literally make this as relaxed as possible. That's my goal. We're just going to chill, work on some projects. See, it's very simple instructions, actually. Really straightforward. So it's all about just recognizing the different patterns of the different models. There's definitely going to be some sub-assemblies, especially with these head pieces here. And here the sub-assembly probably won't be necessary, so it's going to be easy peasy. It's going to be maybe tricky to get the tail painted, but we'll see. Like, and here there's most definitely going to be a sub-assembly with the headgear there. Having these things as sub-assemblies might also make the painting of it a lot easier and overall. Yeah, it's gonna be chill. It's gonna be great. So I'm gonna put this aside, just having it right there in front of me, just in case. But yeah. We're working on this because if you haven't, most likely haven't heard, but me and the other my co-titan in this little in our little in our titan setup, basically, we do little competitions with each other, figuring out, like, who's the better painter. Of course, everyone knows it's gonna be me who wins, but we'll see. The actual voting process of who is the better painter, well, that's gonna be a bit more tricky, because I mean, like, figuring out who votes and where and what and how to make sure that each vote counts. That's the tricky part. So I know that the camera isn't entirely focused, but I hope that the camera might auto adjust it a little bit here and there, so I'm hoping this might help. So if you're entirely new to the hobby, what I'm basically doing right now is, as you can see right here, I'm cutting it by the sprue so that there's a little bit of an extra piece of the sprue right here, so that I can clip that off by itself. And the reason I do this is because the way that this is built is that this is a much larger frame. So if I am cutting, for example, let's see, this works right here. If I'm cutting the sprue all the way to the to this guy here says torso, right? If I'm cutting all the way in, I'm actually cutting a part of the model itself. I'm creating a stress wound essentially on the model, and we want to try and avoid that. So that's why when you do this, right, when you place your cutter up to this torso here, you move it slightly back so that the stress wound won't be as harsh. It makes sure that you don't put too much stress on the model itself while you're cutting, and instead you put that stress on this whole frame, right? So you can see here now there's no stress wound on the model himself. And when I take the plier or the cutter closer to him, I can then do a more closer shave, so to speak. So you can see there, it's already much clearer, right? So I hope that makes sense. So I'm gonna this camera I'm using right now, the lens doesn't have a zoom, so you're gonna have to live with this specific setup for just a moment, just this moment. I might switch the lens later on as I am sorting through each part, but I'm hoping to go through the entire process from start to finish with you guys. And I hope the music isn't too loud. I hope the music is, because that's the biggest issue with streaming. Usually, it is the music. So, my thinking is for the content of this channel, which is entirely new, by the way. Like, this channel is entirely new. So, we made it, or I made it, for this channel specifically. I mean, I made it for our little commission group. Not entirely just for streaming, but also just for content creation in general, because gotta diversify, The music, by the way, is music I've gotten through different sources, non-copyright music and stuff. Just basically Googling, searching, trying to find the right one. This music right now, it's a very small playlist, unfortunately, but I'm hoping it'll do the trick. I'll definitely find more music in different sources. I've also found some decent YouTube channels that creates lots and lots of non-copyrighted music, so I'm hoping to have some more diversity in soon. So you see this little tiny hand here. I'm trying to not get the thumb of them all. Boop. There we go. Little tiny hand. Very beautiful. Love the most recent models from these kits. Or I mean, Blood Bowl in general have always had really beautiful kits. There's very few of the kits that are like actually have like some genuinely bad models. Come on, there we go. There's the assembly point at the very least. That's gonna be interesting to take apart. Go. This lovely big disc. There we go. Let's get this guy off. Like he's already breaking off very thin piece. There we had an extremely long day today, so most of my work has been very lengthy. I mean, Jesus Christ, I'm just rambling. I've had a very long day. That's basically the point of what I'm saying. There we go. So, been very tired. Just got back from a little trip off to Copenhagen for a job. So you can see already here, it's a very, very nice example here. Like when I'm squeezing down, you can see the white in the plastic. That's stress basically being applied to it. And you can see how when I'm done cutting it, like that stress, that whole stress, let me just get my X-Acto blade. That whole stress is right now just narrowed down into this point right there. So when I cut that off, like that whole area there is then gone from that model, because you know, I don't have to worry about that. So that's why we cut a little bit away from it. So because right there the point is so thin that isn't really going to be a problem. But these side pieces, they're going to be really annoying. So squeeze them all the way back as possible. All right. There we go. We got a third headpiece. Let's get a fourth one, just because we can. So go. Let's get the other one. So I'm changing the angle of it so that I'm closer to the actual, like, you can see it again right here forming. I'm just kind of hoping it not to be a problem. There we go. Here we go. That one almost flew away from the table. So yeah. While I'm working on this, right, so I keep on thinking about, like, what paint scheme do I want to work on? What paint scheme would fit for this whole group, this lovely group of angry Blood Bowl Lizardmen chasing their ball like crazy fanatics to throw it in the other side of the playboard. Is it obvious that I don't like sports? I really don't like sports. Not a big fan. I can appreciate the value in sports, but I don't put any personal value in sports. Mostly because, well, I just don't find it interesting. When I watch soccer games, I usually am the one person who's sitting in the back of the room just making snide remarks. Or finding some random person at the party or event to then just discuss anything but the game itself. So don't invite me to a sports watching game party or something. I don't know what I'm saying. I think the only sports game I can properly, like, enjoy to a degree would be watching kendo. It's a sport I did myself, so I at least have a vested interest, so to say, in that sport specifically. I tried to show kendo to some friends of mine who really love sports, and they were just freaked out by it, saying like, how can you see how people score? How can you gauge how the game should go? And how can you gauge from your couch of who scored and who did the best? Like, but that's not your job. As a watcher, you're not supposed to be sitting there doing judging. That's the judge's job. They've got the high-speed cameras, you know. Which I suppose just speaks to your average soccer fan's regular interpretation of their appreciation of the sport, is that they're able to like look at it and just from their bird's eye perspective from their TVs going, oh, that's totally in, that's totally out, like watching tennis. But I digress. Sports is sport. Sports has been a big part of society for many generations. Where do we put this? Over there, I suppose. Almost done with this entire sheet. These spruces. I've kind of just been lost in thought, so I kind of forgot to see if you guys were able to see everything. I have no idea how the audio is, to be totally honest, so I'm kind of hoping anyone would drop by to go, hey, your audio is shit. Let's see here. Pow. Pow. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see. We got that. There. Pow. Let's see. I don't see anything else on this spruce. So that should be great. It's a good start. It's a good start. All right. I've got a little box over on the side where I've been throwing in spruces, because I've been recently working on a huge terrain piece which had a lot of spruce. A lot of spruce. Hey, look. It's got a little butt. It's got a little butt there. So on these cases here, where you basically have like a flat piece, it doesn't really impact much, just taking it all the way through. And then I can like show you what the impact is. So on this guy in particular, oh, I see, I actually did it perfectly fine. So usually, like when you're cleaning something like this, right? Start off by just cutting it like this. Yeah. So because it's flat, it's a lot easier to clean up. You take your sanding stick. So it might not be absolutely obvious, but if you can like touch it with your hand and you don't immediately feel something, then you should be good. I'm all right, I'm almost there. There we go, that's perfect. So while you can visually, hang on, oh, wait, I'm not done entirely with this, it appears, so I'm gonna, so I'm taking the sharp end here and just sliding it across. See, that did it. Now it's perfect. At least that part of it, so if you want to go all the way, just with this guy in particular, then we can like see the example of it here. So I'm taking the blunt side of the blade and then just sliding it across. Because if you know anything about mass production in terms of these models, there's going to be like a mold line right here, so you can see it. Some models you can see it more clearer, others it's a little bit trickier to see. But removing these mold lines is very important in order to get a clean painted model. Because if you don't do it, it's going to be very obvious on the model himself. On the model itself, I mean. I say he because, you know, he's a big croak. Little froggy boy. But, yeah, I can see, I don't know if you can like, see it in the light, but right here, it's very obvious. It's very clear to see the mold line on right above on his arm. So, and I mean, like, honestly, I'm not gonna be painting this guy up super much. He doesn't have to be really like critically painted. So I'm doing this is like the minimum approach to working on these guys. Like in terms of like it's the minimally what you should do at the very least. So the really neat part about the lens that I'm using right now, if you're curious, is that it's a macro lens. So if I were to go all the way close, like right here, right? Come on. Or I can switch over to manual focus, and then I can go. I can go very close. Unfortunately, that means it's also very far away from light. So switching over to autofocus again. There we go. So it's a macro lens, so I can go incredibly close to models, or to things in general, not just models, of course. I'm gonna place this guy out of sight and out of mind, and we go back to cutting. Let's see here. Ooh, yeah. So yeah, my entire my intent with streaming is that I want to make content that is relaxed in nature, teaching for those that need it or want it. I want to give hints and tricks and assist, basically teaching those that might want to be taught or needs to be taught, I suppose is the right word for it. Point of what I'm saying is that I want this to be chill. So if you just want some chill time, then feel free to jump in and go, hey. I hope you're good. Because I hope you're good. I hope you're having a great day. Or that you have had a great day, because, you know, it's, for me at least, it's in the afternoon, so. Go. Got ourselves a lovely head of the chameleon. By the way, this isn't all the models that I'm going to be working on. I've also got a 3D printed lizard guy who is a Kroxigor, because at this current moment, at this juncture in Games Workshop's history, there is still no Kroxigor for Blood Bowl officially. So you're kind of screwed in that aspect. So you kind of need to like figure out exactly what you're going to be doing as a proxy. So, and in my case, I, luckily enough, have a 3D printer. So both me and my co-Titan, both of us have our own 3D printer. So we both have the same model 3D printed. So we should be good in that aspect. Lovely, lovely little skinks. Well, I won't deny some of these parts are extremely small. And small pieces is annoying pieces. Let's see, let's lift it up a little bit so you guys can. Come on. Not supposed to be focusing on that. You're supposed to be focusing on this right there. So I could just go manual focus and then just be setting, you know, my arm in the right place. But for now, I'm doing what I'm doing. We'll see. It might change for episode 2 or for another episode entirely. We'll see. Life is what it is. Bit of a silly approach I'm doing right now, but hey, it appears to be working, so I do not complain. We're just chilling. Admittedly, I tend to kind of just best way to explain it is that I kind of just get into it. There we go. That's a lot better. I kind of tend to just go into it and then sorry, had to adjust my chair. And then I just kind of disappear mentally. Bad habit of mine. bit of chill. Man, it's gonna be a blast to sit here and just sort through all this. So many little parts, as you can see. Oh, well, of course, you can't literally see because it's all out of focus. I guess I gotta give you some glasses. Ha 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 ha. I say as someone wearing glasses. I know. The irony is great. But the humor is greater. Go. Pew. So I'm using this like leverage. I'm using my my individual fingers, just just to like direct the blade. If you can see, like I've got my middle finger like squished up against the cutter as I'm cutting to like help push back a little bit. And this looks like a leg. So you can see I'm like lifting it up as well, so that I can, so that the individual parts don't fly away. So like always keep your fingers on what it is that you're actually cutting. So you can see here, right here, I'm gonna cut this right here, so I can have my finger on right underneath it. And I know now it's not entirely finished, so keeping my finger underneath it and squeeze. There we go. Cool. It looks like we're done. We're done with this part. And this part took us well, just about an hour. So we got an hour. We got an hour done. So now I'm gonna show you guys the rest of the process. Got ourselves an X-Acto blade. Very dull because I've been using it for a long time. So we gotta sort through all these different things. And I'm definitely thinking about like adjusting the lens, or I can adjust the position of the camera, which will probably be the easiest approach, but excuse the camera shake. Go on. So yeah, well, okay. Well, that's not gonna work out. At least not for now. So I'll try and like showcase everything as best I can, so I can like show you guys my thinking process. So we got a leg here, got a body here, another body there. I'm not sure where these go. We got balls, but where did the balls go? I don't see the balls anywhere here. Oh well. We'll put them aside with the other balls for now. Get another leg, another leg, another leg, another arm, another leg. That's a lot of legs. We got legs for days, man. Got legs for days. So many arms. My gosh. Oh wait, does this one have? I love the bracelets. I mean, I know they're literally just donuts squeezed over an arm in this case, like, but visually it says a lot. That's gonna take a quick gander. So, yep. And a quick bite because I'm hungry. I bought these little tiny cakes that I used to eat a lot when I was younger. Just as a form of, you know, celebration of making my first live stream. Of course, I'm not assuming any kind of immediate success. But it's good to feel good about the little things. And I enjoy content creation above all else. So there we go. Six different pairs of legs and six pairs of, six individual lizardmen. We got these tiny little hands here. These are for the chameleon skinks. I really love the chameleon skinks design. I've been wanting to get the chameleon skinks from the other game that Warhammer does. I forgot which one it was. I forgot what it's called. The card game, semi-card game. I really love their models, but starting up on it on the entire game system, that's a bit of a tricky situation. So we are gonna start. Come on. There we go. We're gonna start working on the individual pieces. So I'm gonna take my little cutter here and I'm gonna cut off the worst parts. Then we take the X-Acto blade, just like before. And hey, wouldn't you know, we gotta do this for every single one of them. So, color scheme. The great chooser and denier of talent. Is a great element of, well, I suppose you could say the decision on which colors you pick is the decision maker on whether or not you're gonna love it and whether or not everyone else might love it. So in this specific case, I'd love to win, but you never know with these things. So my main thinking, damn it, come on, there we go. My main line of thinking is that I want to make something that is unique, different from how you would normally experience a Lizardmen team. So either take a pre-existing faction of Lizardmen, like some kind of clan I was reading up on different clans to look at the different paint schemes. I don't own the rule book or the codex for the faction because I don't play Lizardmen normally in AOS or in fantasy, so I don't have any like easy book to just go, hey, Lizardman color scheme ideas, let's go. However, I do have Google. So I went online and I found a bunch of pictures of different Lizardman teams, Lizardman factions, and different clans, so I can look at how the official ones do it, and then also look at different color schemes that people have been making for them. So I literally just searched Lizardman colors, and I found some interesting ones for sure. There we go. That was a little bit tricky. Admittedly, a little bit scared, but just a tiny bit. So it should all be fine. Should all be fine. I'm fine. I can see I've been putting a little bit too much stress on this one. It's not visible to you guys, but there's a little bit of white right here. That makes it so that it's a lot easier to bend. So I need to be extra careful with all these little guys, because they're very much at risk of that exact thing happening. There we go. So yeah, in terms of colors, I really like white. I wouldn't mind like doing a complete like grimdark actually. I've been considering it at the very least. Like considering whether or not that would at all be logical to do. Of just literally just being like, okay, let's just make them bloody, make them gory, make them dark, like proper dark, taking the right color schemes and everything. Just that's where like the color, if I go like with the skin pattern of white, then it's a lot easier to make them grimdark, to make them like an albino team of just grotesque monsters. That would be really fun to do, and very much different, because then, you know, when you arrive at the tournament, if you're so inclined of going to tournaments, and you're just sitting there like, all right, so what team do you play? I play Lizardman. Oh, Lizardman, cool. Can I see your team? Yeah, sure, here you go. And they're gonna be like, Jesus Christ, they're fucking grim. Yeah, and dark. And then I beat them up in the game. Eat them. It'd be really hilarious to like take some of these guys and then like maybe like kit bash some maybe like kit bash in their arms, like some like a piece of arm or leg of the other team. Like these guys are just really brutal and just eating their opponents in the end. Like, haha, we won, therefore we may take the spoils. Spoils being, you know, their legs. Or maybe like go like a green skin path and just be like, yeah, we're gonna take your teeth, because that's our currency. So fuck you guys. There's one thing I've been neglecting while I've been doing this. I haven't been removing the removing the mold lines. So I really probably should do that. I need to be physically a little bit closer myself, so I need to do like that. No, come on, focus. There we go. So now you guys can see as well. So I'm like I can be a bit closer, so you can see here. To let you in on a bit of a behind the scenes situation, I've been working on setting this up, like this specific setup for camera, microphone, everything. I've been setting this up for about a bit over a month, if not even more. The big tricky thing has always been where to angle the camera properly and how to angle the camera properly. So right now the camera is technically upside down, hanging off what's known as a magic arm, which is a suspension arm used in video production. For those that don't know me, of like who I am as a person, besides being one of the titans of Titans Forge, my name is David. I went to film school, and therefore I know a lot about editing, filming, and it's only semi recently that I actually like got into Warhammer painting, assembly, and everything in 2019. So my lockdown time has been educational in that sense, because I've literally just been entirely focused on painting, assembling, working on this, and practicing. In the past, and when I say past, I literally just mean during the last few years, I've been editing for different channels. Just different YouTube channels at random times, different opportunities. So whenever there was an opportunity to do it, then I was asked, and then I was like, oh, yeah, sure, man, no problem. So the channels that I've been working with are all like in my own language, which is Danish. So assuming that there aren't anyone who's Danish here. So I know my way around the editing suite of Adobe. I know my camera setup, I know my lenses, I know all these lovely little details. So I am, however, going to invest in a webcam. And the reason I'm going to be investing in that is because then I can set that up as my secondary camera so that you guys can see my face while we're doing this for the future. So here we go. Just chilling, relaxing, working on all this lovely stuff. I'm taking some of these back and just checking for the seam line, mold line, I mean, sorry. There we go. Clean. Clean. I'm hoping to do this semi-regularly. We'll see. how everything goes in the end. I make no preconceptions of the fact that right at this very minute, there are literally no people watching. At least I don't think so. Unless, of course, there is someone watching and you can, sound off, I suppose, in the chat. So feel free to talk, discuss, share in the relaxation of the hobby. And if you're curious, this is what we're working on. So, got all these lovely, lovely little bits. I'm unsure how big of a delay it is for me saying something and then it actually appearing on YouTube, but we'll see. There we go. There we go. God damn it, I keep seeing these little floaty parts. There we go, that's good. That's good. On to the next hand and arm. I recently noticed that Midwinter Minis did something like this. Literally yesterday, or yeah, I think it was yesterday. He was doing it with Necrons, because he was working on a battle report. I didn't really watch a lot of it, so I didn't really catch what the battle report was or what in relation it had with anything else that he was doing. I like Midwinter Minis. I think he's a very chilled and relaxed dude. I respect him a lot. Just, in case anyone was wondering. Yeah. Yeah. I am just a dude. Living in Denmark. Relaxing. Relaxing. Working on his miniatures all the time. I wish I had some, I actually do have some Lizardmen I could actually try and do like a test scheme on. Because I was like thinking, like, I wish I had some, but then I remembered, oh, wait a minute, I actually assembled some the other day. Or not the other day, but like a couple of months ago. I bought individual models for the explicit purpose of like testing out different schemes with their shields. Like the heavy. So sorry, I lost my track of mind. I just heard some people talking right outside. Um, yeah, I recently bought individual lizard skinks to test out how paint would flow on their individual scales on the shields and stuff. Just to practice illumination. I never got around to actually painting them, so I've got a bunch of little skinks. Here we go. How many arms are we at now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Hang on, 11 arms? 11 arms. Seems a little odd. Is it because I have so many different choices? I suppose it is. All these are literally just different choices for the pose. Yeah, looks like it. Sorry, you can only see my arm there. I'm not really sure where this pose goes. Oh, it's like that. So he's like shaking his fist. Or he's about to like smash into someone with his little spike at the front. That's so cool. That's so cool. I really love these Aztec symbols, and they're really nice. It's like eyes. Or I don't mean eyes. I mean like in terms of like it looks like a face with eyes. There we go. I'd love to like give him like a weapon, or give him like a leg in his arm. That could be pretty damn cool. And honestly, like while I keep sitting here and talking, right? And like I just let my thoughts kind of just float. I keep wanting to do the white grimdark ones. At least for the big, at least for the big lizards. The Soras. Like I can just prime them Wraithbone. And then work my way from there. To make them all like super grimdark. go. Last arm. Last arm, so we have as many options as possible. At least of like, options in terms of options that are finished and ready. Isn't that just pretty? I've always loved Sora's characters and such. Been a huge fan. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, no one came to watch, or no one will come to watch. I don't think I will mind. The point is to relax here. The point is you come here, you watch, and you chill. And maybe you're sitting at home working on your own models. If you're right now at this very minute at your home and you're working on your own model kits for Warhammer or whatever, then in my own line of thinking, you're enjoying it with me. Because just by being in the hobby and being a part of it in that aspect, that is what the hobby is about. Or at least in the way I view it. Some people who do the hobby don't really like the assembly part or the painting part or anything like that, and they literally just want to, play the game right out of the gate. And like, I respect that, but the thing that I enjoy is this, like, literally like just sitting here working, making them, give them personality, make them come alive, give them texture, give them paint. So yeah, my hope is that next episode I'll have them all primed up. And now that I've kind of settled on the idea of doing a white grimdark paint scheme, I'm going to be choosing the individual colors, which I think, like, let's see, yeah, I think in about an hour I'm going to be like putting all these, everything here aside, and then we're going to go through some colors just to like make some actual decisions. If the music isn't your cup of tea, I'm gonna have a lot more varied music in the coming days. So that's on the agenda to improve. There we go. Sorry. Got a little bit lost in thought there. Go. You know what? Let's actually do an assembly, shall we? Or before we can actually do that, we actually need to clean up one of these guys first. Let's go with this guy. just so we have them assembled, you know. Just so we can like look back at this video in particular and go, yeah, I did something today. Let's see here, clean that up. Thankfully, right here, you know, there's a part that's going to be fitting in or slotting in, so it doesn't have to be perfect. The glue will handle that. Same here with the torso. It's going to be covered anyway, so we do what we can. There we go. All right, let's clean up the tail. There we go. That's so cool. So right here, I'm just scraping very lightly. I don't want to get too much into the texture. I mostly just want to remove the mold line. It's very interesting how they made, or how they decided to do the face, or the teeth in particular, because you can see like from the side it looks really nice. But as soon as you look at from below, you can like see it's literally like just individual lines. I'm assuming it's just for like printing to make it easier. For mass production. And of course, you know, everything is what it is. With Games Workshop, I of course know, you know, things aren't going that super great at Games Workshop right now, so I have max respect for the products that they do and what they do for that part of the community, even if their fan works isn't, you know, their copyright systems and rules. I don't immediately agree with, of course, but it is what it is. Not much I can do about it as an individual. I need to live, earn money, exist. Here we go. So this guy's the one without, so I need to figure out which leg it is that he needs. Doesn't appear to be that one, so therefore it must be this one. No? Maybe not. And I'm just the one being stupid. Oh, hang on. I just noticed something. There we go. Hang on, did I not do this one? Jesus. Okay, that one's clean. Okay, I might just be way too hasty at this. I need to follow my own advice. Relax. Chill. Don't rush. There we go. Now I see it. All right, there we go. Oh, at least I know where it goes. So let's get the glue out. So normally I would just be using like a plastic glue, but here I'm using Tamiya extra thin cement because I've been hearing a lot of good stuff about it. So I've been using it a little bit here and there, but nothing major. So you can see here, dab, 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 dab. So I'm applying it everywhere so that it's a lot more of a smoother transition when I actually push this into the rest of the model. You know, so it might like squeeze out a little bit, and if it squeezes out, that's gonna be perfect. Don't want it to dry. Don't want it to dry. Okay, there we go. Closing up. Now we take our lovely guy here, and we line him up. Bam, there we go. That should be perfect. So you can see down here at the bottom, there's a little gap right here. And this whole gap I want to try and fill as soon as this glue has dried. But he can technically like already stand by himself right now. But that might be a bit, you know, there you go. It's perfect. Now we got to decide on, you know, how he's going to be standing. So he seems to like this kind of arm. In a very angry pose. As if he's like it's almost like he's T-posing. Can I give him an aggressive arm stance here? Does this fit at all? Doesn't seem like it does. So it might just have to be this one. Yeah, that seems to be the right one. Cool. So now we got the two arms ready. Let's glue him up, shall we? So I'm just literally just like making like a lake in here. Just so like when I apply it, when I attach it, it's gonna make a strong bond. He's like basically like T-posing almost. As if he's like standing there with arms spread apart, legs spread apart. No wait, that's the wrong arm. Jesus. There's the arm. These specific models here, they're called Soros blockers, and very clearly the model showcases this. Like you have no doubt when you look at how this guy is posed. He's definitely like blocking, like physically blocking with his body. There we go. There we go. Come on. There we go. There you go. So you can clearly see how it's like spread. His legs are spread apart and everything. It fits perfect as a blocker. Now I just need to like his headpiece. I'm gonna do separate, which seems to be this one. Let's clean that up real quick, just so we can like dry fit. If you're a complete, if you've never done this kind of stuff before, the dry fitting basically means that you're without applying glue, you're seeing if everything fits. Makes sense. The naming scheme is very logical in that aspect. Let's see here. There we go. There we go. Yeah, it definitely seems to be fit, so he's gonna be like standing like there, and then he's gonna be like forward like this. He's like leaning forward. That's nice. That's gonna be really epic. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Need to give him his little loincloth though. And he also needs the thing that's hanging above his neck, which is one of these. Let's see here if we can like make it. Oh yeah, I can see it. I see where it goes. Like right there. Yeah, makes good sense. Let's give it a whirl, shall we? It's not like the jewels and neck hangers. They don't need to be given. They don't need to be secondary. What's the word for it? I've been saying it a few times so far. Paint it on the side. Oh shit. Hang on. I have a tool for this. Ah. God damn it. Where did he go? Where did he go? I didn't see where it flew off to. I was looking at the camera. God damn it. Did I really miss that one? Is it gone? Jesus. I hope not. I have no idea where that went. The first lesson of the day, never put your eyes off what you're assembling. I didn't see where that flew off. That's a bit unfortunate. I don't see it among any of my pieces here. Great start. Great start. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I'll probably find it later. Somewhere on the floor, maybe. I don't know. I need to start. Oh, wait. I think I see it. Hey, I think I found it. I hope you guys can't hear the AC. I just activated it. Anyways, so I found it. Hey, here we go. And it doesn't seem like the glue has dried yet. So let's give it a shot. Apparently the glue has dried. Isn't this just a wonderful start? Great, you know, absolutely amazing. But hey, I still got the piece. So let's give it some extra glue, some extra plastic cement. I just switched the hand. I shouldn't have. Let's go here. go. I've recently been watching Fire Force, the anime. Great show. So right here you see I'm doing a bit of a little bit more of a complicated approach to this specific issue that I'm having, where it's not properly sticking down. So I'm applying the glue while it's sitting here on top of the model, and I just noticed I need to adjust a few things. Let's see if we can do this safely. There we go, that's good. I should apply some down here as well. This should definitely help with making sure that it's a proper bond. Shaken, not stirred and all. I grew up basically watching a lot of James Bond, especially the Pierce Brosnan version. Even though I've like heard that it was apparently the worst one. And those are of course like things I hear afterwards, you know, after the fact that he's like no longer the James Bond, so he's the James Bond of my youth. Is the better way of saying it, I suppose. Because I'm a 90s kid. So, you know, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and all that. I just noticed I forgot to clean up his foot. Shouldn't really be a big problem considering. So now he just needs his loincloth. I wonder if this is the one. Yep, definitely appears like it. Cool. Let's give this one a lovely, lovely coat of cement. Come on. There we go. Squeezing it in. Apparently, this needs to be squeezed in even further. There we go. There we go. Now it's in properly. Now I'm just gonna make sure that there's no gap. Let me do a bit of filling with this lovely plastic cement. and you should be good. So here we go. We got our first Saurus. Yeah, how do you guys feel? That's great, man. I mean, I know I'm like saying it to myself, but like I'm saying that it is great because there's no one here, so literally just me. That's perfectly fine. Maybe you in the future, when you see this, you can give it a like. Who knows? Maybe. I know there's like a random point in the video in the whole stream where I'm like rambling about this stuff, but give it a like. Showcase that you like it. Maybe someone else in the future will notice it because of your like. I mean, I'm not sitting here begging. This whole process of streaming is literally just a coping mechanism. You know how people do different projects and different things to work out their stress, their frustrations, anything that like makes their life a little bit easier. Yeah, that's pretty much what this stream is, for me at least. I keep looking over at the comments to see if maybe how about now, if you've ever played or heard of Far Cry 4 I believe it is. Have you ever heard the definition of insanity? Even though, as most people would know at this point, who knows that quote, probably already figured out that's definitely not the actual definition of insanity. He was just insane enough to invent his own definition about insanity, so that's kind of the moral of it, I suppose. Great game, great story. Absolutely amazing. But don't expect playing the other Far Cries and not experience like a great story, but gameplay is pretty much copy paste these last couple of years. Go. I might have fucked up on this knee in particular. I cut up way too much. You can see here. Absent-mindedness. Risky stuff. Let's see. Which one is like that? It's not this one. It's not this one. It's this one. Right? No. It's this one. Oh, that can't be. Are each of the legs different? No. That can't be. Really? Oh, it's because it's the exact same one as the one I've already been working on. Yeah, it should be fine. It ain't gonna be the prettiest, but doesn't have to be. Not if we're going with the white grimdark. I think what I'm gonna do is one of the episodes I'm gonna be like working on like painting the extra little skinks I have, just to do like a test scheme. Go. That leg should be fine. We're pretty much done with all the different Saurus parts. Like all the arms and legs are all done at this point. Just working on one of the balls real quick. Just because I can. And because it caught my eye. You can see like right here is like pretty damn obvious where the mold line is. And imagine if I had just primed it as it is with that mold line, no matter how much paint you're going to be putting on it or primer or anything, that mold line is going to be visible. So that's why we remove mold lines. Very important. Very important first step. So what I'm doing here is that you can see like the way I cut it off the sprue is that like there's still like a part of it right here. And if I would just take this and cut it, this part is gonna fly off like crazy. So I know it like covers up everything for you guys' perspective, but in essence, like what I'm basically doing is this: I take it here and then I put pressure from the top so that I can easily remove it. It's a very effective way of doing it. And it doesn't, and it kind of, and it also, you know, prevents it from flying away. And it's like gonna be sitting on your floor for the next month or so until you vacuum next time. And then you hear all of a sudden it's plink, 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 plonk. And then it's inside of your vacuum, as instead of like, you know, properly in your trash can or in your plastic bin as it should be placed. Gotta sort that trash. Don't even get me started on our world in terms of environmentalism. I'm not saying that I'm like a major, huge environmentalist. Like, you know, I'm not the kind of person to go out and scream at the top of my lungs in front of a big corporate building. But I am very opinionated still. Sort your trash. Even better, don't buy from don't buy from companies that are assholes to nature. And I'm sitting here working on a plastic model from a plastic manufacturer. You know, hypocritical at best, I know. This is about personal development and personal projects, and not government's lack of proper initiatives to stop and smell the roses of our planet slowly dying. I mean, just as an example, I just read an article, or I just read a Reddit post about world news that where scientists basically found out that, hey, by the year 2050, the Antarctic will be melted away and will be fucked, basically. Basically, it means that all the stuff that we've been, all the stuff that we've been experiencing for the last couple of years is gonna be much worse. Yay! I wish you guys could see my face. Just so there's more human interaction to see. If that makes sense. Because right now this is going to be the only angle that I can show you guys. But yeah. Sorry. It is what it is. I'm curious about something. So, we look at this guy, right? And we can clearly see, like, he has his legs spread apart. It looks great. Absolutely amazing. But when I look at the bases that I got with the kit, they all got their lines in them, and none of the models here are going to be with lines. So this is pretty fucked. I need to find new bases for them. I've got bases ready. Well, I mean, that's the wrong way of saying it. I don't have the bases specifically ready for these specific models, but I have the same and the correct size bases in stock, as I've been kind of what's the word for it? I've been hogging different kits, and I've basically just gotten like a shit ton of little bases for this kind of projects. So I've got a shit ton of bases that I can use. So it all should be fine. Before this, I've just been making terrain, and more terrain, and more terrain. So my table have been mostly used for that. So it's gotten a lot more bruises since last I was working with detailed model kits like these. I used to do Gunpla before I did Warhammer. In 2019, I did a Gunpla workshop over in at an anime convention, where I had, oh, how many was it? It must have been about 12 or 20. I think it was 20 people who joined and paid for it, and just to learn about oh, excuse me, to learn about assembling a Gunpla. And with it, like, they were able to like buy like their first kit, which was the thing we were assembling. And I just basically did it step by step, and I managed to set up like a big projector on display behind me and everything, so people could like follow along. It was pretty fun. I've been considering doing it again, but I don't know what it is. I love Gunpla. I love Gundam, but admittedly, Warhammer has been a bigger source of enjoyment for me. I've got these huge kits that I've just been gathering dust in my pile of shame, or pile of opportunity, as I've heard it be described, which does admittedly sound a lot better, but pile of shame has been such a stable way of describing it, so it's probably going to stick around, but let's hope pile of opportunity becomes the better one. Yeah, right now I'm literally just working on the little headpieces, because all these are going to be primed separately. I'll probably give him like I don't have a gold primer, but I do have a silver one, which I'll probably use for it. And then I'll like base coat the gold on top so that it's still shiny. There you go. I love the face on it. And I know, I'm not using the blade correctly, but do remember, it is incredibly dull. I am not afraid of, you know, cutting myself on this in the least. Like, this ain't doing anything. So, I'm not afraid. Even if it does cut me, it's not gonna cut deep in the least. Like, it's not gonna cut to any kind of blood. At least I wouldn't expect it to, but you know, you never know with these things. I've also got another Blood Bowl team that I've been neglecting way too much. It's the Goblin team, the Goblin Invaders, or the Scar Crag Snivellers. Scar Crag Snivellers is the box. I've got those as well, but yeah, I've been neglecting them quite a bit. I've got both the trolls, and I recently finished one of them. No, not recently, but a long time ago. Finished up one of them. Super fun. Made them all gory and bloody. I love doing that kind of stuff. Just a bit annoying when I post them around. I need to go like, content warning, blood, a little bit of gore. But it is what it is. Did I remember to do this one? Or I did, but it didn't. By that I mean I did something, but I didn't really do the main thing that I really should have done. I really like these helmets because they are like very reminiscent of your classic American football helmets with like the little grill on the front. side. There we go. Beautiful. Excuse me, just a second. Balls are for the bases and not for models. Oh. Right. So what you're saying, what he's saying here, my dear fellow Titan steward, the bastard, what he has been telling me is that when I open this here, right, is that this is the point of it right here. So it's like the bases are made so that there's a little hole in there, which I can easily make on any base, but then, you know, it's meant to be like that, so you have your ball there. Okay, cool. Yeah, I agree. Understood. But what about this one then? What about this one? Because that's clearly something. Because it's not for the skinks or the chameleon skinks, because they got a smaller ball on their tongue. So I just told him, instead of sending me a message individually on Discord, besides everything else, while I'm streaming, it's not gonna get us anywhere, because then I can't really talk. Because right now I'm kind of busy with this, with you, with this lovely, lovely stream. So while I'm sitting here streaming, chilling, working constantly, I'm not able to look and write. Ya dingus. And yes, I just called you a dingus. You might not be watching this right now, but you might be watching it later down the line. So therefore, now you know I just called you a dingus. Originally, we had planned to start this at the same date, on the same day. But he got bored. He looked at the kit And he got bored and he thought, holy shit, I should totally start without even telling my fellow Titan about, starting it. So he just started it. The bastard. So he granted, I know. He's got work. That which puts a certain delay on his work. But that's besides the point. There was a fundamental idea with starting it together. And then working. With the same time limit, with the same time start to finish. I'm just gonna try and cut this. There we go. That's a lot better. Regardless, though, however you twist and turn it, I love him. I love him for who he is. It's all cool. We're cool. I appreciate my friends, and I appreciate him, and I appreciate his girlfriend. I appreciate the life that we lead. Be it separate, but together. I'm basically just rambling here. But this is an approach, for me at least, to be showcasing my process and then cutting everything down later down the line. So most likely I'm gonna like put out like a video of the whole kit, building from start to finish. That's like my idea, to combine everything, the work I'm doing now with the work that would be posted later down the line. We'll see how everything turns out. Did I remember to do the inside? No, I did not. So that gets fixed now. There we go. Right now I'm doing the chameleon arms. That's why it's like they're like so tiny. So super tiny. I'm kind of hoping not to break anything. As far as I'm aware, the way our dear friend here, my fellow Titan, he did was that he primed everything while it was on the sprue. The difference here is that I'm not doing that. I'm going through the whole process from start to finish. And I'm hoping it'll pay off in the long run. go. Now the second one. Oh, I'm gonna hate this. This is the other side of the head. You can see here. So the eyes are like looking at different directions. When I say hate, I more mean like I'm not gonna love it. But I can definitely appreciate the end result. So there we go. There's the other one. So the reason that I shift in like which pathway I'm cutting, the reason I shift it all depends on the angle and the placement and how much pressure I am gonna need. Like if I'm gonna need like a lot of detail and precision, I do it like this, like there. So, but other times, you know, I don't really need to put that much pressure on. Like right here, I can just go right into it. And just cut right. There we go. Also, the reason I was looking at Discord before was because I was checking the time, and I noticed that, hey, I got 7 notifications on Discord. What the absolute heck? Which kind of surprised me, but of course it shouldn't. And I mean that in the most joking of fashion I can. I'm a popular individual with a lot of different jobs and gigs and stuff, and a lot of stuff I like to do. So I'm in a lot of Discord channels, so it's not really a surprise. But it's more so just the fact that I didn't notice them in the least. Discord stream mode is great. There we go. That should be the last leg. Now to the last arm. There we go. I haven't actually played a single game of Blood Bowl before, except for the video game. The only reason I really wanted to get into it was because of my fellow Titan. Was like, hey, I play a lot of Blood Bowl. I really love it. We should totally play. And I'm like, yeah, sure, man. I don't know where to start though. What team should I get? Then he suggests the goblins. I look into the goblins. And I love the models. So I'm like, yeah, sure, man. I think that'd be fun. Or actually, I think it was the other way around. I found or the other way around in the sense of like I wanted. He asked me if I wanted to play, and I was like, okay, sure. I just don't know which team to do. And then he's like, oh, we'll look them up and research them and let me know which ones you're considering. And I'm like, okay. So I look online and I check it out, and I go like, huh, really love the goblin models. I think we're gonna go with that. And he's like, oh god, no, don't do it. Next minute, I order them. That's usually how it goes for me. It's like, if I want to do something, and I come up and say like, I kind of want to do this, and then people go, oh my god, no, don't, no, please, that's stupid, that's silly, you're gonna lose, you're gonna get people to hate you or whatever, you know. If I get that kind of a reaction out of my decision, like that much like revulsion from that specific team or game style or whatever, I usually stick to my guns and be like, yeah, man, then that just means I'm gonna actually do it, because like that means there's versatility in it. Because if someone is able to like really properly abuse something, then everyone is gonna be like, oh my god, it's totally broken. And then as soon as they try it themselves, they absolutely stink at it. Or they might think that like, because they don't know how it works, therefore it is bad. As I've heard a lot of cases of people thinking that a certain faction is just so bad, and yet if you look at the tournaments, you notice that, well, that apparently keeps on being in the top 10 of factions that people have been playing and winning at tournaments. So then you got to think, well, is it because this person is just bad at it and therefore he hates it, or is there a legitimate concern to it? Just be factual instead of being opinionated. Like, it's totally bad. The points just aren't high enough. There's not enough min-maxing potential. Yada yada yada. That's not how you get good at a game. That's how you just become an annoying idiot who nobody listens to. Because the only people who listen to the individuals who talk like that are people who already try to min-max. In a chance-based game, min-maxing just isn't always... Like, sometimes, yes, it might definitely work out perfectly fine for you, but for the most part, like, min-maxing is just not gonna help you in the least, because especially in a game like Warhammer or in Blood Bowl and stuff, where there's a lot more like strategic decisions. So even though the Lizard team is apparently like a top tier team that has apparently like the best meta in terms of numbers and everything, but put that team in the hands of a complete noob and you're gonna be losing. There's no doubt. So there are more factors. That's like my point. My point is like, there are more factors in winning than just having like the best numbers, especially in this kind of game. Gotta know what you're doing. Gotta learn to walk before you can fly. So and so and so. Even though you got a body that might be able to fly, you got wings and everything, but hey, if you don't learn how to actually use them, you'll be grounded your whole life. Putting on the pitch? Oh, it's like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Seth goes, if you're listening right now, explain what the absolute living hell you're actually sending me. Because if you're telling me that this here is designed to be put on the pitch, how does it get on the pitch? Because it clearly has a gap here where it's meant to be slotted into something. But what does it slot into? I don't know. You tell me. Or maybe that's for like the board itself. Maybe I haven't actually opened it because I have a box which has a playfield. Maybe that playfield has a little base that can be slotted into that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, if you guys were wondering what I'm working on right now, this is the arms for the skinks. These little bad boys. These little bad boys. This little bad boy went to the farmer's market. This little skink went to go buy a piggy. This little skink went out and got himself browbeat by a saurus because he smashed into him accidentally. Just that's kind of how this society works, if I recall correctly. Skinks are like the lowest of the lowest in the food chain. So, if a skink farts in the face of a saurus, you can bet that skink won't have a sphincter in the end. It'll be a crater instead, from a giant fist or something. I don't know. So hey, if you're a skink and you're like getting yourself into trouble, it's damn easy to do. That's good. Now all the arms for these little bad boys are done. Go. I just decided randomly just to start working on the first little skink body. There we go. Okay, that's what's the time? Okay. Gotta stretch. Oh, hang on. Just a second. There we go. Excuse me. It's a lot of work working on these guys, but okay, so I think as soon as I'm done with this leg, let's go through some colors. There we go. Okay. Let's look at some colors, shall we? I've got this little, so part of like my these are all like, this is like from my bits box, and I got these individual parts so I can like paint them all. I didn't want to like get the heads as well, because I bought these from eBay, individual bits, because my whole plan was to like do figure out how I wanted to or how to paint the scales on both the shields as well as on the body of them properly. So I wanted to like use these as like practice for that. So what I could do one of these days is I'm gonna be priming these. My thinking is I'll be priming them Wraithbone, and then browning them up, so to say, with Agrax Earthshade. Because then, you know, you got your gritty, you got your earth tones, you got your bright Wraithbone tones, right? And then we can like figure out like the eyes and stuff. Of course, like this would be the Saurus, the main like big forces, as well as perhaps the Kroxigor. Kroxigor I might make a little bit grittier, and just so you guys can see him, this one here is the Kroxigor. This is the big guy, so you can just see how like the size comparison is pretty damn huge. And this guy, I 3D printed this guy myself. I got like 3 other prints that I did with a different resin. I need to decide on which ones I like the best, and which ones like were like the most successful. And I think that this one was the most successful in the print, except for that right there, which was an unfortunate circumstance, but I managed to fix it with green stuff, so it went all right in the end. Yeah, I need to open up the hole down there at the bottom so that it can air out, because he is hollow. That's the main thing about him. He's got a lot of like he's got a necklace as well, and a shoulder pad, which needs to be glued on him. And he also has a tail part right there. So he's my Kroxigor, and I'm very excited to get him primed up and painted. He's very shiny. That's mostly just because of the resin I used. So I need to clean him up a little bit as well. Just a tiny bit I can see here, like right here. There was a support that was right there. So I'm thinking he's definitely gonna be also with the Wraithbone. But the skinks and the chameleons, see, those I'm a little bit those I don't really know what to do with yet at this point. Because now, like while I've been sitting here, this is what I kind of settled my mind on while we were working. Because that's kind of what happens while you're working on them. You like imagine things and you plan and you schedule things out. You figure out which works best for you. So I think this is going to be really fun. However, I still need to figure out what I'm going to do with the skinks. I like bright colors, but if we're going to go with the grim dark, it might be easier to go with something that's a bit... Oh, I really love the teeth. That they're like split apart in a way, if you know what I mean. Let me just switch over to... Hang on. Come on. Focus on my hand, damn it. Alright, there we go. So you can see how these little teeth that are like uneven. It's just very grim in and of itself, so that kind of needs to be highlighted. Larger eye pupils and everything. So if we're going with a white, a great big contrast would of course be with if we go black, but like could of course go with an orange. Play around with that. Oh, maybe. Could go with like a dark green. Like some really like grim green. Maybe like this is the base. Deathworld Forest for these guys. Just to kind of make it so that like they are natural in the forest environments. That's like their normal natural place to be, but now they've been kind of lured out and been like, we're gonna put you in armor and throw you in the field and have fun, basically. Then we could play around with it and do like a bright green. See, like going like this maybe, or the skinks. I think that could be really cool to have that as like the highlights and stuff for the different individual scales and stuff. I think that would be great. That's I like that. I like this. I like where we're going with this right now. Could go stack it on scale. For the skinks, and then make him. The thing is, I don't want them to be too bright. And stake it on scale is very. It has the potential to go incredibly bright. In terms of like highlights, like when you start adding highlights on top. I'll keep the. I probably won't do that for now, at least as far as I know. For now. But that's like I'm gonna keep on thinking about it. I'm definitely gonna have I'm hoping to have the Saurus guys assembled and primed next time. Then we can start painting. Maybe also the skinks, but we'll see. Yeah. Hey, Deploy. Greetings, welcome. Welcome, man. Yeah, I've been working so far for about 2 hours now. You doing good? Having a good day? There we go. It's been a long day for me so far. Been a very long day. Just working, relaxing. Well, not a lot of relaxing, but just preparation mostly on this thing. You can probably hear the scraping. I don't know if you can. That should be good. So yeah, I think we got our colors. We got our colors down, I think, for now. Still need to figure out exactly what to do with the chameleons. I'd like I going grimdark. Like I could make them red, like bright red, and then have like that be a significant maybe like they developed the color red in their color pattern, just so that when they you know, kill their targets out in the forests, they don't get spotted so easily because they like blend in with all the blood and gore and stuff. A little bit grim, little bit too grim, perhaps. Maybe, I don't know, or maybe not grim enough. I don't know. Depends entirely on your perspective. There we go. Gotta remove those mold lines. Gotta remove those mold lines. I don't want to see some mold lines when I'm painting, because it is ugly and it ruins paint jobs and realism, especially when we're like doing grimdark, as I have concluded on my own without any interference from anyone. But that's gonna be cool. That's gonna be fine. You've seen me go through the mindset and different thinking processes, so I'm hoping that gives you some sense of participation. Would that make sense? But in the end, I'm gonna be doing like a, not a time lapse, but you know, like a video that showcases the whole process from start to finish. Maybe I'll throw in like what I'm, this voice here, or I might like do a re-recording to do like a voiceover thing. I don't know yet. I'll figure something out. I'll figure something out. I usually do. Keyman. There we go. That's good. Yeah, go. Give me a second. Take a little slurp of soda. second. Need to adjust my chair. Yeah, there we go. Another little skink. Little cutie. Go. There we go. What the fuck? Alright, excuse that noise. I need to mute that. Yeah. Gotta love these little guys. Absolutely love their design. So if I'm gonna make them green, I wonder if I should do something special with this, like the skin there. And when I say something special, I mean like in terms of like, I don't know. Excuse me. If I'm gonna make something like a bright color, or because if there's something great that's awesome about the grimdark theme, is that if you have like a single bright color, then that color is gonna shine through very intensely among all the other colors, among all the other like dull grays and browns and that kind of stuff. If you have a bright color, then that color is going to be like the most intense color. So I need to really plan out how I'm going to do that. I completely forgot about the torso while I was working on this guy. Let's see if there's like a little line I can work with here. Yeah, there we go. I see you. I see you, mold line. Right there on the leg as well. You bastard. You're not escaping me so easily. Did I also... Yeah, I completely forgot about the leg here too. Man. Did I also forget this one? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. So go back to this one. Sorry. Distractions ahoy. So the next thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be researching Grimdark Saurus, just to get an idea for what exactly I'm going to be walking into with this project. But I'm like imagining I'm imagining like a team that's like they don't really give a shit on who they're going to be fighting up against, just as long as they get to eat them afterwards. Eating is going to be like a big part of their dinner, or maybe their team manager is literally just an enabler of their eating habits. She's like, yeah man, you guys are hungry? All right, cool. So you guys up against dwarves? Well, don't worry, man. You know, you can probably grill them up. I'll throw in some spice. So, and then they like go in completely bloodied up and ready to beat the ever-living shit out of their opponents. and eat them. Just imagining all of their opponents that they go up against are like, oh wait, what are they called? The eaters of enemies? Is that what they're called? Okay, maybe we want to like call in sick that day or something. I would rather not fight them. I've got like, you know, kids at home or something. I'd rather not get eaten and pooped out by lizards. Not exactly what I would call a great retirement plan. Then again, I don't think Blood Bowl has a great retirement plan in general if you're a player there. Because, I mean, you're kind of eternally bound to the field to just continue playing. I mean, just look at the biggest star players. They're just like, they've been there for so many years. There's got to be some kind of magical thing there. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. That's pretty good. Now all the skinks are done. The Saurus body, all the helmets, all the skinks, all the jewels, and all that done. How do you guys feel? You guys feel good? I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good. Roll stretch. There we go. Ready to keep going. So most likely what's going to happen is that off stream, I'll be putting these guys together and perhaps priming, so that the next part of this whole process is going to be the base coating. And I'm thinking I'm going to do it in sets of different types of models. So it's like one episode I'll do the Saurus, one episode I'll do the skinks, one episode I'll do the chameleons, and then the last episode I'll be painting up the Kroxigor. Depending on how long I'm gonna be willing to wait on that guy. I might do him sooner. Depending on how I feel. That's the thing with these kinds of processes, that you gotta do it on like you gotta do it when you feel it. It's gotta feel right when you're doing it, so don't rush into it. Don't just like try and push yourself into it. If you're not feeling it at a given day, don't do it. Honestly, don't force yourself. It's supposed to be a hobby. It's supposed to be relaxing, you know? You just stress yourself worrying about like, oh god, I gotta finish this for a certain date, you know, for a certain event. As I've tried, both myself and helping others fulfill a certain deadline, like you're not really enjoying it as much. You're kind of just stressed, and you're kind of just keep trying to make it look as good as possible in the short amount of time as possible, but you kind of lose a lot of the enjoyment, which I know from several friends who have like gone through it and been like, yeah, I gotta try and like play competitively or paint competitively for that matter, and speed painting and that kind of stuff. Speed painting specifically though, that's a bit of a particular set of skill, which doesn't necessarily ruin your enjoyment depending on how you yourself work. But it's worth a shot trying at the very least, you know? Just gotta, you know, have fun. Have fun. Yeah, you can see here. There's like a mold line right there. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do much with. I don't think I'm gonna be able to fix anything there. There we go. Let's put him aside. Oh gosh, so many models, so many parts, so little time. Then again, you know, I'm not rushing, taking it slow, taking it steady. That's how it's supposed to go. See here's a tricky part. You can see right here. This is where it was connected to the sprue. So removing that carefully. I've been really excited about working on this specific team lately, specifically because I've been playing so much Monster Hunter that whenever I looked at this kit, I'm just thinking like, oh god, I can't wait to start on this. That I'm just like thinking, oh god, I want to like make them into. I can't wait to paint some monsters. Yeah, it's going through each and every one of the lovely little spikes here. There we go. Lovely, lovely. There we go. That should be good. Another body done. Just three more. These three right here that you can see very much unfocused. These three. Those are all blah 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 blah. These are all the three that are remaining. Of everything, and then once that's done, they're all clean. Once they're clean, that means I can start gluing, as I did with the other guy that you guys saw earlier. So just to say it out loud to myself, when I'm doing like the relapse, I'll probably like change the order so that I glue that one together with everything else. Because I'm definitely recording everything, so I'm gonna using everything, all the material for editing, recording, you know, all that lovely jazz. So we'll see how everything goes in the end. We're weirdly enough enjoying streaming, even though there's not much happening, not much going on. But I'm enjoying it, weirdly enough. Mostly because, it's like, it's not just me sitting here working by myself. There we go. Wonderful. I'm theoretically with you right here, right now. Even though you might be watching it from the past, or you might be watching it right now. I don't know. But if you're watching it from the past, say hi to the future. Let's hope we're not all burning up at that point. There we go. That should be good. Yada. Ah, here we go. So got them close. Yeah. Oh, hi Maya. That's cool. Appreciate it. I'm glad I'm able to provide that level of podcast-like enjoyment. I hope the audio is good for that. I know I've got a pretty heavy microphone at the very least for that, so it should be okay. What are you animating? Just out of curiosity. I used to do a lot of 3D animating as well as 2D animating. I've got the animator survival kit because I had a huge passion for it for when I was a young lad in my older teens. Older teens meaning that it was like 16, 17, that kind of age. Studied animation a lot in Macromedia Flash, and then I went to school for 3D animation. Learned very little, but I felt wiser in the end, at the very least. Almost done with these lovely Saurus blockers, and then we're down to, well, literally just gluing everything together. At that point, there isn't really much more to stream about in terms of like this specific project, because then I need to prime, which I can't exactly stream, because that requires me going outside. Tedious walk cycle. Oh god. Oh yeah. I relate. When I went to 3D school, specifically it was like it's called multimedia designer, multimedia something. There was like very little character animation. It was literally pretty much just making kitchens and inanimate objects in 3D, because the majority of the people who went through that school ended up being environmental designers for building designers and like architect and stuff like that, which wasn't exactly my dream. I didn't want to sit there and just do inanimate objects and just do a lot of texture and playing around with that kind of stuff. I did not want to do that for the rest of my life. So I quickly lost interest and had to find a different pathway, which ended up becoming something much more interesting, that being film editing, camera work, and that kind of stuff. Went through what's called FTP, film and TV productions technician. A heavy word, but essentially it's just learning how to work with heavy equipment for film, learning how to edit, learning how to set up lights, and how to coordinate the different learning how to coordinate a team for a production like that. Made a lot of small films for fun, and doing a solo documentary where I went to Japan. Probably my proudest project so far in film. A little 20 minute video all about a ceramic oven of a unique design compared to other normal ceramic ovens, designed by a Japanese artist, and he got invited to Denmark and everything. And this was like during 2017, which was the year where they celebrated 150 live action film. In 2017 they celebrated 150 years of collaboration, or like, you know, cooperation between Japan and Denmark. So it had like this unique logo and everything. So when I went to Japan in 2017 to make that film, like there was like a lot of talk. When I mentioned that I was from Denmark, they were like, "Oh, yeah, sugoi. Have you noticed the logo? CC logo. Yeah. Denmark, Jin. So exciting." And I'm like, yeah, this is not exactly why I'm here, but I do love it. So I've got a lot of fun stories from when I was in Japan. I was there for 2 weeks. One of the people who was the organizer of the whole like trip, he lives here in Denmark and is an American. So, and he was educated as a ceramic artist in Japan, so he knows Japanese and knows a lot of people from Japan. So he has a like a hotel sort of thing, and he has a lot of visitors from Japan. So whenever I visit there, I was able to sit there and talk with Japanese people, and make a lot of great friends. Who, when I then went to Japan properly, I was able to like meet up with them again and be like, "Yo, what's up? How you doing?" And then like, "Yeah, it's going great. And let's go look at stuff." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." And then they were showing me around Tokyo. So I constantly had a guide with me most of the time in Japan. It was super fun. So let's just so now we got all that lovely stuff done. Now we need to start assembling, and I need to clean all this up. Well, not entirely clean up, but you know, as clean as can do for now. But my hands have gotten really sweaty throughout this process. I wanna glue some of these. So let's see here. So that goes that way. So yeah, that definitely fits. But let me just go make it so that you guys can actually see. So you can see here. We got all these bodies here. Yeah, your name, Stenstam, kind of put me on the at the guessing of a of like a Scandinavian thing. Yeah, that one fits. That's all good. You can see here. That leg fits there. Does that leg fit here? Does it? Does it? Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. It's a bit of a tricky one. Or maybe this one is actually for the chameleon. That might actually be. Because I was curious, like when I was looking at the chameleon's parts, I was like, some legs here are missing. Oh yeah, this one fits here. It's a lot better. It's a lot better. Not perfect though, but it's a weird thing. It's a weird position here. I'm a bit worried about it. Let's try the other leg just to see if that fits better. I doubt it, but actually, weirdly enough, that fits much better. So what the hell? Okay, well, let's try fitting this one on there then. No? Am I just being stupid? Yeah, because that one fits perfect there. Boom. And then does that one fit there? I'm mostly just dry fitting right now. You know, perfect. Boom. All four done, ready. Now I can assemble them. Haha. Let's do this thing. Let's just there we go. Focus there. Da-da-da-da-da. Haha. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is like my favorite part of working on these kinds of models and stuff. Cleaning them, building them, assembling, and at the end, finally paint. Painting is of course like the absolute best part, but this is a close second. Here we go. Love the mid-running pose. It's very actiony. Here we go. Boom. Just bringing it all home. Come on, here we go. Wonderful little lovely skinks. I love these little guys. I've recently gotten into playing a lot of Breath of the Wild too. One of my very close friends, we started playing Breath of the Wild at the same time, so we've been kind of just back and forth, being a bit competitive. Like, oh, I just got like my third heart, and I just got like my third health upgrade, and man, I just got my fourth monster at the Guardians. Not monster. The hell am I saying? I'm a big Zelda fan. Trust me. Don't burn me on the stake. I just haven't had Breath of the Wild on Switch. My favorite was the 64 version. For the Nintendo 64. I even like replayed it on my 3DS back in the day. just so you can see what I'm doing, so you're not totally confused. So I'm sorting out the arms in if it's a right or a left arm. That way I know which one goes to whom. So as you can see, some of these arms are like without a shoulder plate, and some of them are with a shoulder plate. Most of the what is this? This would be the right one. Most of the right arms. No, wait. The fuck am I saying? The left ones. Left ones. The left arm has a shoulder plate, so I'm just gonna try and dry fit them. So these two are the same. These two are the same. So does this fit? Don't think so. But hang on. Then this one should fit. Unless I'm just being a silly goose. Admittedly, it won't be really the first time. Apparently this does fit. Yeah, it fits in. It fits in nice. So, without... Okay, cool. So, now the other arm. Should be this one. Yep. There we go. It has a bit of a like a terror pose, like, yay. I'm gonna grab you. There we go. Sorry. I don't know if you can hear that. It's just my alarm going, oh my god, you've been streaming for so many hours now. It should totally end now. But now I'm at a very critical step. I can't stop now. I mustn't. Sorry. I of course forgot entirely to focus. Come on. Come on. I mustn't hold it too long. It mustn't like I shouldn't like adjust it too much. Otherwise it's just gonna like create these little thin lines of melted plastic, which just isn't fun for anyone. Especially not me. So let's see here. True. Go. It's wonderful. Perfect. Gonna try and do the exact same thing on the other ones while it's drying. Choo. Here we go. Right? No. Oh, hang on. No. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay, so he's kind of like grabbing for himself, like, yeah, I have a headache. I need something to eat. Maybe he's got like the food chill. No, it's not the switching of camera. It's mostly just the focus that I'm adjusting. Wait, what the hell? Oh, hang on. What the? Okay, hang on. Apologies. It's something I was hoping it had been fixed. It's basically that my it's basically that my the connection to, or the connection between the computer and the cam link, because I'm using what's called Elgato cam link, and it's not a perfect technology. Basically what happens is that the camera gets stuck. The camera gets stuck if it's been used for I'm not, honestly, like, I don't really know for sure, but there's a certain part of it where, like, it uses the computer's bandwidth limit. So therefore, if it's been a certain amount of time, there we go. If it's been spending a lot of the time doing it, then it can get stuck. I was hoping it had fixed, but it might also be the temperature, because it is very hot in here. I was hoping my AC might have helped alleviate that, but we'll see. I'm pretty much done at this point, so as well. So here we go. I'm so close. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, come on. There we go. This is a very tricky one, because the arm has nothing to rest against. It literally is just itself. If that makes any sense. There we go. I love this pose. It's like he's checking his flank just to be sure that no one is following him or something. Don't follow me. There we go. There we go. There's the last little skink, ready for his running escapades. There we go. All of them ready. Ready for priming. Now these are set aside. Let's do the chameleon skinks. These are like the really annoying guys in the game, because in the game you have shooters, you have blockers, and you have your runners. You can probably guess, based on the naming convention by itself, that, you know, the Saurus are called Saurus blockers. So of course, you know, they're your blockers, and your skink runner is your runner, basically. So then comes the chameleon skinks, which are shooters. But the cool thing is, with the model itself, if you look here, the model itself is literally spitting the ball as its method of delivery of the ball in the game, which is like in and of itself a pretty hilarious thing because it's like, okay, it has a it has a lengthy tongue, cool, but like then what? Well, it can apparently also spit like there's no tomorrow. So it's got a talent for sure. And now also, just as a fun side thing, look at this here. Look at the size difference on these two guys. That is just massive. And he's like the big kahuna. He's the biggest guy you can get for him, the Kroxigor. So 3D printed. So let's see here. How the hell am I supposed to do this? I'm assuming I need to glue this together. There we go. Maybe I can just glue the head together as it is, and then this will like fit into the socket. Yep. Okay, cool. So that should be easy. The easiest thing in the world. God damn it. Hang on. There we go. Yeah, my whole intention with this kind of streaming is that, you know, it's relaxed. It's chill. We're just relaxed and doing our own thing. So I'm happy that you're able to chill. Maya. Just go. Let's see. Oh shit. Check this out. Here we go. Whoa. There we go. That is so cool. I love this. Yeah. Just to reiterate what I said in the beginning, it's like I'm not a sporty individual. I don't like watching sports and stuff. Like, sure, I like the environment of it sometimes, but it's not my thing. But this kind of stuff, like the nerdy part of sport, like fantasy football, I can dig this in a certain to a certain degree. Not as a football fan, but as a fantasy fan. As a fan of the obscure and the weird. As someone that celebrates the weirdness of the world. I can definitely dig this kind of stuff. Go. Into the mouth it goes. Here we go. I can just imagine him. Imagine like the sound. Just forcing it down his throat. You will eat it and you will enjoy it. You bloody chameleon. There we go. Now to apply the same little treatment on the other guy. This is just to like remove the little gaps. I might have overfilled that a bit. It's not the worst problem. It's okay. Once it's dry, it'll be fine. There we go. Wait. Nope. Whatever. Just gonna fix this real quick. I don't know if that's gonna fix it, but we'll see. So now, oh, it's just a quick stretch. Go. So now we're gonna see here how we're gonna do this. So I'm assuming this is how we're gonna do it. Yeah, it looks about right. Because it has a little hole. Because they have that little hole inside of them. That means it's really easy to see because it has these little pushbacks, so pushing that in there and it fits perfect. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, I think. Is it? No. Why is the tail in the way? Oh, okay, it's not that the tail is in the way, it's that I'm just being stupid. God damn it. It won't stick in it. Whatever. Okay. Pew 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 pew. That should be good. So let's see here. So my line of thinking is that I apply the glue to it and I push it in. Is it like supposed to? I'm so confused. No. It's annoying. I think I'm just being stupid. Yep, it was just me being stupid. That's all it was. As per usual. It's just me. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Push fit. And now the little guy has pants. Oh, hell yeah. He's got pants. An absolute beautiful little guy. I mean, I'm not saying his pants are beautiful or anything. I'm just saying now he has pants. And he looks beautiful with it. Stylistic. Oh. Booyah. Throwing it all on there, and then we got ourselves a beautiful another pair of pants on the chameleon. Now we just gotta figure out the arms. If I'm doing the right thing here. Looks like it. Oh shit. I should not be throwing that around too much. I don't want to lose an arm or a leg. I mean, knowing of course that breaking an arm and a leg is kind of a thing you say to people, but doesn't really make much sense in the context of things usually. There we go. Let's see. Here we go. Now we skip. Ah, shit. No. No, 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 no. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Perfect. Seal and attest. Pew pew. Let's see here. Let's give it a little shake. And a little push. And then the little guy has his arm set up straight. Yay! Yay! What is this? What is this thing here? Let's see. I see a little piece of plastic that like got stuck to him. There we go. Cleaned. Beautiful. Now the last arm. Plop. And you can see the little dollop of glue there. Now I just gotta figure out the right angle. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Ah, shit. There we go. He looks like a king. And apparently that king hasn't been properly cleaned by me. Because I'm a silly goose who completely ignored this guy's torso. There we go. Here we go. Wonderful. Oop. And another big dollop of plastic cement. There we go. Wonderful little guys. I absolutely love these guys. They're beautiful. Can't wait to paint. Yeah, there we go. So here comes a bit of some decision making to what to do. Well, after I'm done attaching the legs and the groinal area. So let's see. There you go. That one goes over there. So you can see here. The arms are what needs to be like decided upon, but we'll just like shove them aside for now. Which one's the dude are you referring to? You mean this guy? This guy is one of the Saurus blockers. Earlier today, during the stream, I assembled this guy. I'm not attaching the head pieces because I want to like paint those separately. So I'm gonna like put them over there. I'm gonna see this one goes over there. This one goes over here. This one goes over here, and this one goes over here. And that's because I have like the right leg, the leg that fits, and I got the other legs right there. So that's how I'm like sorting them so I know which ones goes where. Because these two legs are the same. Oh, hang on. I just noticed there's some... There we go. Clean. Because this one is different as well. And this one is different by design. Just like this guy. So... The frogs, yeah, the frogs, the chameleons. The chameleon skinks, they are beautiful. I love these little guys. And the best part about these, let's see here. The best part about these is that, there we go. It's they're supposed to have a little headpiece, which is this one here. But let me just, I think I have some. Just a second. The greatest tool in the craftsmanship part of these Warhammer miniatures. There we go. This little thing here. Sticky. Forget the name for it. In Denmark, we call it the teachers. It translated, of course, we call it teacher's snot, because it's usually used in the classrooms and stuff. So we just apply that right there at the bottom of it, and then we go, hey, Mr. Chameleon Skink, you're gonna be dry fitted. There you go. Is that how it's supposed to be? Yeah, something like that, right there. So now let me show you. There you go. And you can see how he's like supposed to look. He has like this lovely little hat of fur and feathers and very Aztec. Very Aztec-y. Super cool. I love these guys. But yeah, I'm painting these, the hit pieces, I'm painting these separately, just to make it easier for myself. In order for me to like properly like paint the backside of the feathers and stuff. That way I can, you know, reach everywhere I need to. Not this one. It is this one then. So that's how it's supposed to be. Right. Let's do it. Do it. If you know Game Grumps, do it. Do it. I like it. I like watching Game Grumps. Clued. Interesting. It's such a I have a thing where I absolutely like, I love language. I love how languages change over time and how language works. I'm not a linguist by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a fascination of mine. Yeah, we call it hey, that's right. Yeah, as I was like trying to say it, I of course remember the usual term for it. It's elephant snot as well. That's another name we have for it. Elephant snot. Why we call it elephant snot, I do not know, but that's just a regular term for it. But I find it fascinating still that that's the word that somehow got stuck to describe it. It's sticky, yet not too sticky. It's a fascinating subject. I love these kinds of I love these kinds of things. Just a big dollop. Oh hell yeah. There we go. Yeah. I like that he kind of looks like he's going out for a walk. He's just chillaxing, just taking a stroll, not really running, not really walking, you know, just going for a walk. It's like going for a walk on the beach, taking a stroll, getting his blood pumping. Go. The gap here at the front, that's for like a loincloth thing, which I've got all the pieces for as well, of course. So here we go, almost there. I need to like keep reminding myself to take deep breaths, at least like right now, because I'm kind of like I'm at like the finish line, and I'm kind of just like, oh god, yes, I just a little bit more, just a little bit more, and then it's like, I know there's a little bit more, but that little bit more needs to be a little bit more. So give it that time, give it that space, and just relax. This is the right one, yeah, right? Yeah, it totally is. Cool. Let's see it here. There we go, there we go, there we go. Wonderful, beautiful. That's good. So here we got the loincloth. Let me see, I need to squeeze it down so it's like there. There we go. Yeah, goddammit, no. Ah, come on. It's a little bit tricky. Ah, there we go. Perfect. He's got his loincloth. Look at he's a little happy. Happy with his loincloth. Poop. Right next to him. Not right next to his brother. Hey, Sethkus. Sethkus is my fellow Titan. He's made progress on reptile dysfunction. Oh, that's what you decided to call your team? Really? You decided to call your team reptile dysfunction? Come on, man. Grow up. I'm kidding, of course. I find it funny. Sethkus is one of my fellow Titans, and is the one I'm competing against in this little friendly competition. Unless, of course, he wants to change that up. I call it friendly at the very least. There we go. Burr. Burr, burr. Burr, 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 burr. Come on. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew. There we go. I think it's really hard to squeeze this one in. There we go. There we go. Pushed it in. Perfect. Yeah, the little guy has his loincloth too. Pretty little guy. Looks very happy. Last one. The Kroxigor doesn't do as he's told, and the skinks cannot handle a ball fully dysfunctional team. Okay. Okay, yeah. I suppose that makes sense. I can, yeah, just like Maya, I can respect that. I can respect your decision for your name. I mean, I wouldn't definitely call them that, but you know, it's your decision. I don't know what to name mine yet, but I've so far nailed down the paint scheme that I want to do. So I've got a paint scheme in my mind right now for him. So I'm very excited to start doing that. I'm very excited. Here we go. Another one with his loincloth. Yeah. Looks so happy. I love it. Like, nah, gotta have loincloth. Yeah. Love the eyes. God, I can't wait to start painting these guys. I look at these models and I'm just like, oh my god, I can't wait to paint that. Oh god, I can't wait to paint that. Oh god, I can't wait to paint that. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. Let me think. Oh, so these guys. Oh no, wait, it's these guys. Oh, I see. So these guys don't have a different kind of necklace. So you can see here. No, wait. Actually, much better if I just do it this. So you can see, like, this is one type of bracelet, which is the bracelet that fits for this guy. And the reason I know this is because if you look at the other ones have an extra little line. And on this guy, you can see where that line matches up right there. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's gonna be great. But first, I want to do the arms, so I've got a few options, I think. At least I think so. This is one of those. That's the same one as the other ones. So he's got the outstretched hand. Just let me just look at this here. So, are you asking if I skink the Saurus? What do you mean? What do you mean, Sethkus? If I skink the Saurus, I'm not sure I get the question. These guys, they got the spikes. So that's this one, and it's this one, and then I imagine because the other one also has the spikes, so it's this one. And for this one, yeah, so it's this one. And this one, Wait. Fuck. No. Don't do that. Don't. Throwing stuff around. Wait, so these two are the same. I'm confused now. Now I'm confused. Oh, so your suggestion for the name of the team is do you Skinkysaurus? I kind of like it, but it doesn't really fit the paint scheme that I've got in my mind for these guys. Like the paint scheme I want to go with is Grimdark. So like, I want to do grim like real, like I want to do real bloody stuff. So let me just do it like this. Boom. There we go. If you want, Sethkus, you can like look back in the stream where I've like talked about the paint scheme I want to do. Where I've kind of like slowly decided on how I'm gonna do them. What colors I want to do each individual thing, you know. So I've been imagining like the lore surrounding them, where my line of thinking is that like these guys are so brutal and they're constantly hungry, so they've been like throughout the years they've been notorious for eating their opponents when they win. So whenever some team goes up against them, the first thing they do is like, okay, so let's just like cover ourselves in something that they don't like. Yeah, I know. You went polar opposite. You went like box art kind of colors. But you know me, my dude. I'm kind of I go against the flow whenever I can. In a sense. I have a tendency to be like, yeah. If someone tells me to do X, then I will do Y. Or at least like I want to do Y. I try to. Whenever you know it makes sense. I of course don't try to like force my views or force my opinions. But I do have a tendency, if you say my marine is blue, I'm gonna paint him maybe like a baby blue, just to be like, yeah, I painted him blue, technically speaking. Not the blue you probably imagined, but I definitely painted him blue. If you tell me to make something crazy, you can be damn well sure I'm gonna make it crazy. Yeah, see, the bright and vibrant, that's what I'm gonna do with my goblin team. I'm gonna make them like a really vibrant green. Just to try and like make that vibrant green, because I haven't really done that much, and I kind of want to practice it with when or if I'm ever gonna paint salamanders, which I kind of want to at some point. But I like that he's kind of in like a mid punch in the pose. I really love that. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna punch you, but even though I have a horn, I could literally just stab you instead. But I'm not gonna. I'm gonna punch you instead, right in your face. But yeah, my thinking for the lore surrounding this team is that they are very hungry and very bloody, so they eat their opponents when they win. Which has resulted in they don't get accepted to a lot of tournaments. But when they do, they get eager. Very eager to eat. It's like, oh, we're up against dwarves. Nice. They're very piquant. A little bit chewy, but with the right treatment, I'm sure they will be fine. There we go. Oh, hell yeah. This one definitely likes to jab people with their arm. Oh, oops. Excuse me. I did not. That was unintentional. I did not intend for that to happen, but it happened. But yeah, in terms of colors, my my thinking is that it's gonna be Grimdark. I'm gonna like prime them Wraithbone, and then I'm just gonna work my way down from there, like, you know, base some browns, really get down to the nitty-gritty. God damn it. See, this happened earlier before as well, where all of a sudden I couldn't find my the model or the bit, and I'm just like, oh shit. And this was during stream, and I was like, oh god, great start, my guy. Thankfully I found it, so it all went okay in the end. But I was very stressed for that little split second. There we go. Let's see if we can make this fit perfectly. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, let go, let go. God damn it. No. Okay, cool. Let's try this. Really annoying to get this to fit properly. I assume that there's no difference between them. When I say them, I mean the bracelets. Saying that out loud, it's like a jinx. Of course, there's probably going to be a difference, but so far I have not seen one. Let's see, there we go. That's a lot better. Let's give it a little bit of an extra pinch of cover, just to make sure we get a bit of gap filling. Dash perfect. So that one's ready for priming. Oh, go. Ba, ba. If it's uh I assume it's not a surprise that I absolutely love this music. It's my favorite kind of music. Just some chill beats, lo-fi. I love it. It's my absolute favorite. There's a reason I picked it. Because that's my whole line of thinking with this you know, this whole streaming endeavor thing. I want to make it chill. I want to make it something that people can relax to. Granted, of course, conversations are important too. But if you are unable to relax, then maybe just relaxing to this is good. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Switching hands and then try and just do some slight adjustments. Perfect. Absolutely wonderful. Go. Just gonna quickly go back. Oh. Let's see if we can fix this. There we go. There we go, that's good. Now to do the last little bits of gap filling. Just to make a stronger bond. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We got ourselves 4. Oh wait, what am I saying? 6. Lovely Kroxigors here. Let's see here. 4. Let's just make them sit here by themselves. Brr, brr, brr. Boy. Boy. There we go. 6 lovely Kroxigors. And we got our little chameleon skinks. Right there. Yep. And we got this guy. And we got this guy. Oh yeah, we got this guy. Lastly, we got this guy. Right here. And then we got this guy. And all the hats. These are all like the headgears and stuff. And I'm painting these all separately, so. There's other like little detailed stuff, but that's not really important. These aren't really all that important. It's okay. We don't need to worry about that too much. But they're pretty. And got the balls too. I suppose they're more important, but that's what it is. With that done, I think everything here is assembled and prettied up and ready for priming. Basically, I need to like prepare this guy, and I think that's I'm gonna do that off stream, where I'm gonna attach the tail, attach the shoulder pad, and attach his necklace. But just so I have it on stream. These are like the guys who I printed. I printed these two. And I printed him, so. And then I've got 2 sets of necklaces. The shoulder pad. And then we got the tail. Very brutal, very violent looking. They're all 3D printed here at home, so. Yeah. I am so excited to get all this stuff done. I've been excited to get, you know, all of this stuff handled and started. So I think I'm gonna end the stream there. I think I feel pretty good about where we are, where it is, and next time I'll be with everything here primed up and ready to start painting. So then we can start, you know, base coating and stuff. If you liked watching, if you like following, if you like chilling, relaxing to it, then I hope you give it a like, and I hope that I'll maybe see you soon for the next stream. You can find me on Instagram. I'll put a link in the description. I think I forgot to put that link there. You know, like the follow me and stuff like that. This is like the first stream that I ever have done for goddamn like 4 or 5 years. So I hope it was chill. I hope it was relaxed, and I hope you enjoyed the time here with me now. Right back at you, Maya. Appreciate being here, man. I look forward to chilling again. Maybe, hopefully, I'll have everything ready to be painted. God damn, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I forgot I've already selected all the paints and everything, so I'm super excited to do that. Yeah. Appreciate it. Hope you guys have fun. I hope have a continued wonderful evening. Thanks for the subscribe. Appreciate it. Yeah. I hope to do another stream soon. So most likely in a day, maybe 2. Yeah. boy.